Hello there, and welcome to tonight's historic sleep story. Lay back and relax as you let the words take you off to long-lost times that have been before. If you enjoy this story, please subscribe, like, and comment on places you would like to visit. Long before Spanish boots tread upon the sacred soils of Tawantinsuyu, the name the Incas gave their empire, there thrived an intricate world of power, religion, and ceaseless labor. Stretching from the high Andes to the Pacific coast, the Inca Empire was one of history's most efficient civilizations. Yet beneath its stone roads and sun temples lay a brutal engine: human toil. Mining was not just an economic necessity, it was a divine obligation. The Incas believed that the earth, or Pachamama, bore gold as her tears and silver as her bones. Extracting these gifts was a sacred act, but for the miners, it was also a death sentence written in dust and darkness. Most miners were mitter laborers, peasants conscripted by the state for seasonal service. The mitter system was ingenious in its scope and cruelty. Every able-bodied man was expected to work a certain number of months each year on imperial projects, which included farming for the state, road construction, military service, and, most dreaded of all, mining. Those chosen for the mines left their families behind, often for stretches of time that extended far beyond what was promised. They climbed narrow mountain trails to reach remote veins of ore embedded deep in the Andes. At elevations of over 14,000 feet, the air was thin and the nights were freezing. Altitude sickness, known today as soroche, plagued even the fittest laborers. The mines themselves were carved into solid rock, using stone tools and fire setting, a technique where fires were built against rock faces to heat them, then doused with water to cause fractures. This primitive method was slow and hazardous. Collapse was a constant threat. Within the dark tunnels, visibility was limited to flickering torches. Miners hacked away at the rock with bronze or stone picks, hauling debris by hand or in woven baskets. Gold dust settled into their lungs, while constant strain bent their backs and gnarled their joints. There were no breaks, no rights, and no escape. But the most brutal aspect was the spiritual pressure. Priests often conducted rituals at the mine entrances, offering coca leaves, chicha beer, or even blood sacrifices to appease Pachamama. It was said that if she was angered, she would swallow the tunnel whole, burying the greedy. Miners worked with this fear in their hearts. Each tremor, each trickle of dust could signal the goddess's displeasure. Their suffering was interpreted as sacred burden. Complaints were rare. Superstition demanded silence. Despite the hardship, gold from these mines flowed into the empire's treasury, fashioned into jewelry, ritual objects, and architectural wonders. The Temple of the Sun in Cusco, Coricancha, gleamed with golden walls and statues. It was both glory and guilt, a palace built upon broken bodies. The Inca state provided food and coca to miners, but these rations barely sustained them. Malnutrition, respiratory illness, and accidents were widespread. Miners were often carried home on crude litters, their lives shortened, but their sacrifice honored with song and ceremony. This was not slavery in the European sense, but it was a prison of obligation and faith. And it was only the beginning of the story. In the following parts, the daily life of an Inca gold miner will unfold in greater detail. The tools, the rituals, the punishments, and the few fleeting moments of joy that pierced through the cruelty. For now, as the sun sets behind the Andes and the wind whistles through abandoned shafts, imagine a miner in the 15th century, pausing at the mouth of a mine, chewing coca leaves to dull the hunger, and whispering a prayer to Pachamama, before vanishing into the earth. At dawn, the village square stirs with tension. A crowd gathers in uneasy silence. The Mitta officials, clad in woven tunics of bright insignia, stand at the center, calling names from a bark scroll. Selected men, some as young as 16, step forward with downcast eyes. This is not war. It is something heavier, a summons to the mines. Each chosen laborer receives a knotted quipu that marks their term of service, a token of obligation recognized throughout the empire. Family members present bundles of food, coca leaves, and spare sandals, all hastily prepared. There are no grand farewells. Departure is swift, and emotions are held behind tight jaws and averted glances. The journey to the mines is its own ordeal. For days, the conscripted men march along the Inca road system, elaborate stone highways known as the Capac Ñan. These roads cut through mountains, crossed suspension bridges, and ascended into clouds. Llamas accompany them, bearing supplies and tools. Soldiers escort the caravan, not to protect, but to ensure no one escapes. At night, they camp near tambos, stone way stations built by the state. These shelters provide little warmth against the Andean chill. Blankets are few, and the cold seeps into bones. Hunger gnaws despite shared rations. Songs once sung freely during festival seasons are muted here. Only the wind and the whisper of coca leaves being chewed fill the silence. By the time the group reaches the mining zone, often a ravine or wind-swept slope dotted with blackened pits, they are thin, sore, and numb. The mountain looms above, a silent, merciless deity. Before entering the shafts, all miners participate in a ceremony led by priests. Incense from burning herbs fills the air. Offerings are made. Llama blood poured over stones, coca scattered in arcs, faces pressed to the ground. It is both blessing and warning. Each miner is issued basic tools, a bronze chisel, a mallet, and a woven pouch for ore. Torches made from dried resin and animal fat flicker dimly in the wind. The shaft gapes open like a hungry mouth. The descent into the mine is steep and claustrophobic. Some tunnels require crawling on hands and knees. Others twist downward into total darkness. The air grows damp and metallic. Breathing becomes labored. Dust clings to nostrils, to lashes, to lungs. Inside, labor begins. Stone is struck rhythmically, the dull clang echoing through narrow walls. Loose earth is scooped into baskets and passed hand to hand back to the surface. The process is slow. Days yield handfuls of ore. Hands blister. Backs ache. Feet swell. Time becomes a blur. Supervisors, often chosen from among local elites, pace the shafts. They carry whips woven from alpaca hide, symbols of imperial authority. If a miner rests too long, the whip lashes out. If a tool is lost, punishment is swift. In the eyes of the state, every idle moment is a theft from the Sapa Inca himself. There are no clocks here. Meals arrive when the sun crests. A mousse of maize, beans, and sometimes dried fish, served in silence. Water is scarce. Coca is chewed constantly, to stave off hunger, to dull pain, to escape. Each evening, miners return to their shelters, mud huts with thatched roofs, clustered near the mine. Sleep comes quickly, but uneasily. Nightmares of cave-ins, of being buried alive, haunt their dreams. The next morning it begins again. Some do not return from the depths. Their bodies are left in collapsed tunnels, mourned only by their peers. Others survive, but only just, coughing blood, bent and broken, their youth consumed by stone and silence. This is only the second step in the long tale of gold in the Inca Empire. Ahead lie deeper mines, harsher punishments, and the cruel irony of glory built on suffering. Gold in the Inca Empire was never used as currency. It was far too sacred for that. The Incas operated on a barter-based economy, and the concept of money as exchange did not exist. Instead, gold was seen as the sweat of the sun, used to honor Inti, the sun god, and to display the power of the Sapa Inca, the emperor believed to be Inti's living son on earth. This reverence made gold mining an essential state enterprise, but it did not protect the miners from cruelty. Quite the opposite. The imperial demand for gold increased as the empire expanded. More temples required adornment. More nobles sought to outshine their peers. Even ceremonial clothing began to shimmer with delicate threads of hammered gold. The state's obsession drove them to identify new veins in higher mountains and deeper valleys, and so too did they drive more men into peril. Miners were not permitted to keep even a sliver of the ore they unearthed. Everything belonged to the state. State officials recorded daily yields on quipus, knotted strings used to store data, track inventory, and measure labor quotas. If expected yields were not met, the suspicion was cast not on the richness of the rock, but on the diligence of the workers. Punishment was swift and at times public, to serve as a warning. In some remote mining operations, the labor force included yanakuna, retainers who had left their ailu, community, and were permanently assigned to state service. Unlike Mita laborers, they could not return home. Their lives were dedicated to imperial labor, often without family, land, or rest. The environmental conditions were brutal. The high-altitude mines exposed workers to freezing temperatures, sudden storms, and thin air. Respiratory ailments became permanent companions. Many developed silicosis, though the Incas had no word for it. Instead, the illness was framed as a spiritual imbalance, a punishment, or a test. Remedies were limited to coca, herbal poultices, and prayers. Food was functional but sparse. Workers received maize gruel, sometimes seasoned with chili or herbs if available. Dried llama meat, charqui, was a rare treat. Most meals were eaten squatting beside the mine, warmed only by the fire of body heat. Chicha, the fermented corn beer, was allowed during festivals or post-rituals, but never in excess. The state feared dullness and disobedience more than hunger. Women were not allowed in the mines, though they played critical roles in support. They spun ropes and wove baskets, prepared food, and offered coca to departing miners. Some were chosen as akla, virgins of the sun, assigned to temples and trained in ritual, weaving, and brewing. These women lived under strict regulation, as valuable to the state's image as the gold walls they maintained. Back at the shafts, the days blended into weeks. Injuries were frequent. A fractured wrist, a dislocated shoulder, or a caved-in tunnel meant removal from duty, sometimes temporary, often final. There were no healers stationed near most mining sites. If a miner could walk, he walked back to his ailu. If not, he was left to fate. Despite all this, the Inca system was remarkably efficient. There were no wasted resources. Labor was carefully calculated. Food, tools, and storage were rationed precisely. Nothing operated on personal whim. All was planned according to the Sapa Inca's grand vision. But that vision came at the cost of thousands of lives. And as gold accumulated in Cusco's temples and palaces, it also marked the empire as a target. Spanish invaders, when they arrived decades later, would be drawn not just to the architecture or the people, but to the unfathomable quantity of gold that gleamed in every sacred space. In that future, the brutality would only intensify. Every empire has its foundation, and for the Inca, It was built not only on stone and agriculture, but on the bones of those who worked the mines. Gold was not extracted by machines or beasts, but by human hands, tens of thousands of them. And those hands often worked themselves into ruin. By the late 15th century, the Inca Empire had stretched from modern-day Colombia to central Chile, becoming the largest empire ever seen in pre-Columbian America. Administering such a realm required monumental resources, and gold was among the most prized. It funded state rituals, decorated palaces, and demonstrated divine authority. The central bureaucracy of the Inca state maintained records using quipus and dispatched messengers, chasqui, along the vast road network to coordinate mining efforts. These runners could cover up to 150 miles a day, carrying reports of labor shortfalls or mineral discoveries. News of a rich vein in the Vilcabamba or Potosi regions could redirect entire groups of Mita conscripts within days. The miners were not merely faceless laborers. They came from Ailus, kin-based communities, and were assigned tasks based on imperial needs. Their identities were noted, their output tallied, and their fates tracked. But this did not protect them from exploitation. Once underground, they ceased to be members of communities. They were simply instruments of extraction. The tools used were rudimentary. Bronze chisels and stone hammers were still the norm, while fire setting remained one of the few techniques for breaking apart stubborn ore. This method, heating rock faces until they cracked, produced lethal vapors and left walls weakened and unstable. Tunnels frequently collapsed. No safety protocols existed. A miner's protection lay in prayer, not in engineering. Many mines were located above 12,000 feet. At such elevations, even breathing could be painful. The Andean cold cracked skin and stiffened joints. Some miners wrapped their feet in llama hide for warmth, others in woven plant fibers. Few had proper clothing. The state issued tunics at the start of service, but replacements were rare. Disease was endemic. The tight, wet spaces bred infection. Coughing was constant, often a precursor to lung rot, a condition likely caused by chronic dust inhalation. Though the Incas practiced sophisticated medicine in other areas, little help reached the mines. Wounds were cleaned with chicha. Fever was treated with coca or ignored. Miners shared space with the dead. Bodies were buried near tunnel mouths or in hastily dug rock alcoves. Some were honored with rites, others were simply left. It was said that the mountain remembered every sacrifice. Even in these dire conditions, miners maintained cultural rituals. They sang, especially before dawn. Work songs, often in Quechua, told of ancestors, of struggle, of endurance. These songs provided rhythm and a sense of solidarity. They were oral histories, ways to resist being forgotten. At night, huddled in communal shelters, they spoke of their homes, of maize fields and riverbanks, of children who waited, of wives who offered prayers to Inti for their safe return. Such hopes sustained them. The state used gold to honor the gods, but it was the miners who paid the true tribute. Their breath, their bones, their years. Without them, the great golden sun disk in Coricancha would never have gleamed. Without them, the Sapa Inca's regalia would have been dull cloth and empty gesture. And yet, these workers, essential to the empire's splendor, lived and died largely unrecorded. No statues bore their likeness. No scrolls carried their names. Their memory, like the gold they harvested, was pressed into something else and polished beyond recognition. Tonight, the mountain sleeps under a blanket of stars, but beneath its crust, the ghosts of miners still whisper in the dark, and the shafts they carved into stone remain like veins through which the empire once bled. To understand the brutality of gold mining in the Inca Empire, one must understand its cultural paradox. Gold was sacred, but it brought immense suffering. This contradiction was embedded in Inca cosmology and statecraft. The Inca religion revered Inti, the sun god, as the empire's divine guardian. Gold was his physical essence, and anything made from it was consecrated. Temples glimmered with golden discs and ceremonial vessels. The most holy site in the empire, Coricancha, translated as the Golden Courtyard, was covered with sheets of gold and populated with life-sized golden models of animals, plants, and people. But this glittering splendor masked a much darker reality. To adorn one wall of Coricancha, hundreds of miners might labor for months, breathing dust and enduring torment. That wall would then reflect light like a divine beacon, convincing visiting emissaries and conquered leaders of the Sapa Inca's divine right to rule. Thus, gold was weaponized, not for war, but for awe and obedience. While the nobility adorned themselves with golden jewelry, breastplates and headdresses, commoners, especially those in labor service, were strictly forbidden from possessing it. Being caught with even a speck of unreported gold was considered both theft and sacrilege. Penalties ranged from exile to death. The empire's laws were clear. Gold belonged to the gods, and by extension, to the Sapa Inca. To reinforce these values, state ceremonies were held that showcased golden artifacts and emphasized the divine connection. Priests, clad in gold-threaded robes, performed rituals to honor Inti and Pachamama. During Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun, golden cups of chicha were lifted to the heavens and poured into sacred earth. And always, in the background, were the invisible hands of the miners who had drawn that gold from the earth at terrible cost. Even more insidious was the psychological pressure placed on miners through spiritual belief. Many genuinely believed their suffering pleased Pachamama or helped maintain cosmic balance. If illness or cave-in struck, it was said the mountain was displeased or had not been properly appeased. This burden turned pain into piety. It discouraged rebellion. Miners did not merely work, they atoned. What made life especially harsh was that despite the grandeur of the empire, resources were always tightly controlled. Food storage was central to Inca logistics. State warehouses, called culcas, were stocked with dried food, textiles, tools, and medicinal herbs. But distribution was uneven. Mining outposts often received bare minimums, just enough to sustain, never to strengthen. And so, hunger became part of the rhythm. A day of mining might be rewarded with a handful of boiled potatoes, some cancha, toasted corn, and a sip of weak chicha. Coca leaves provided some relief, dulling hunger and fatigue, but never enough to erase them entirely. Miners learned to live on the edge of starvation, conserving strength like a dwindling ember. Punishments added to the misery. A miner who dropped a tool or damaged an ore bundle could be publicly lashed. Those who showed signs of collapse were sometimes dragged from the shafts and left at the surface to either recover or not. The state did not waste energy on what it deemed replaceable labor. Still, the work continued, driven by obligation, belief, and control. And through it all, the empire flourished. Roads were maintained, cities expanded, temples grew brighter, and the myth of the Inca's divine favor endured. Few ever questioned the cost. As night falls on the Andes once more, imagine a solitary miner brushing frost from his shoulders, staring up at the cold constellations and wondering if Inti sees him, not just his sweat, The brilliance of the Inca Empire lay not only in its monumental stonework or astronomical insight, but in its ability to mobilize millions across an unforgiving landscape. It was an administrative marvel, one that achieved vast territorial expansion without wheels, iron, or writing in the traditional sense. Yet this same genius was also the mechanism of brutal extraction. Mining was no afterthought in the empire's planning. Like the massive agricultural terraces that fed cities, or the rope bridges that crossed gorges, mines were part of a calculated imperial design. Entire regions were designated for labor extraction, and mining zones were mapped with eerie precision using oral transmission, visual markers, and the mnemonic logic of the quipu. Labor was the empire's greatest resource. The mitre system was structured to pull thousands from the highlands, valleys, and coastal plains. Every community owed a portion of its population to the state. Officials from Cusco would visit each region, reciting obligations, marking quotas, and summoning men. Compliance was non-negotiable. At the heart of this machinery stood the curacas, local chiefs who balanced loyalty to the empire with responsibility to their kin. Curacas often enforced the labor draft, but they could also advocate for leniency or better provisions. In mining zones, however, their influence diminished. There, the empire spoke with one voice: dig deeper. Mining camps were hastily built, yet methodically maintained. Each had a central fire pit, a storage hut, and a shrine, usually a simple stone heap where offerings were made. Surrounding these were the shelters, cramped, damp, and bitterly cold. Llamas provided some warmth, but little comfort. Sanitation was poor. Waste was disposed of in trenches that overflowed during rain. Clean water was fetched from distant streams, carried in jars on bruised shoulders. Sickness spread quickly. Parasites, skin infections, respiratory collapse. There were no doctors, only herbalists who did what they could with dried roots and rituals. What made the system effective and horrifying was its predictability. The state accounted for how much gold could be mined per month. It tracked how long a man could work before breaking down. It measured how many deaths a shaft might yield each season. Losses were tolerated, so long as output was maintained. But not all accepted this fate quietly. Records, as preserved through oral traditions and colonial-era chronicles, tell of desertions. Men fled mining camps in the night, hoping to vanish into the wild terrain. Some succeeded, especially in the denser jungles east of the Andes. Others were caught by patrols, punished severely, and used as examples. To deter resistance, stories were told of cursed miners, men who defied the labor draft and were struck down by lightning or swallowed by the earth. Whether invented or real, these tales reinforced control through fear as much as force. The irony was cruel. The Inca state offered social benefits unheard of in many parts of the ancient world: shared food supplies, collective child rearing, disaster relief. But none of these mitigated the reality of the mines. Here, the system showed its teeth. And still, the miners dug. Because they must. Because the Sapa Inca's word was law. Because the sun still rose, and the quipu still counted. To labor in the mines was not simply to work. It was to enter a space suspended between the sacred and the damned. Here, ritual met rot, and resistance stirred like a flame beneath cold ash. Each new moon, mining sites across the empire paused to honor Pachamama, the Earth Mother. The rituals, often conducted at dawn, were essential for spiritual balance. Priests, either dispatched from Cusco or drawn from local shrines, would prepare the offering ground by sweeping it clean with llama hair brooms. Coca leaves were arranged in sacred patterns. Small figurines carved from gold or silver were placed in the soil. Chicha was poured into the ground as libation. Then came the prayers, intoned in Quechua, long, slow chants meant to soothe the mountain spirit. These ceremonies were not optional. A mine without ritual was seen as cursed. Miners believed that if Pachamama was ignored, she would retaliate, not out of cruelty, but justice. Thus, every fatal collapse, every man who vanished into dust, was seen not only as a tragedy, but as cosmic retribution. Guilt clung to the survivors. But ritual could not ward off the inevitable. By the mid-15th century, as the empire strained to maintain its golden grandeur, deeper veins were sought and exploited. Mines plunged further into the rock, and with that came rot, not only of the body, but of the soul. Sanitation, never ideal, became untenable. Human waste seeped into nearby streams. Dead animals and discarded tools littered the entrances. The air inside was thick with mildew, and torches sometimes sputtered out from sheer dampness. The miners coughed constantly, a dry, hacking sound that echoed through the tunnels like a death rattle. Many could no longer speak above a whisper. Some lost their eyesight from long exposure to darkness and smoke. Food stocks began to dwindle as supply routes were stretched thin. The storage houses, kulkas, once organized with mathematical precision, were now poorly maintained in frontier zones. Spoiled maize, worm-ridden beans. Some miners began to trade precious coca for scraps of dried meat or cheese. Others grew thin, their bones pressing through skin like the ribs of a starved dog. And yet, despite all this, resistance stirred. It did not look like open rebellion. The Inca system allowed no room for such fantasy. Rather, it was the resistance of erosion, a quiet, persistent wearing away. Tools hidden or dulled, quotas undercut. Songs turned subversive. Miners passed messages in folded coca leaves, warning others about collapsing shafts or especially cruel overseers. Some curacas, especially those whose own sons had been taken, began to push back. They pleaded for shorter terms, for better rations, for spiritual exemptions. Most were ignored. A few were replaced. One or two were made examples of, their heads displayed at crossroads or near the temples. But others found subtler ways. In a highland site near modern-day Ayacucho, workers began to inscribe simple glyphs into the stone. Sun symbols inverted, llamas with broken legs. These were not writing as we know it, but messages nonetheless. Historians would one day find them and understand. Here were people who had not surrendered completely. In the end, the resistance was not enough to topple the empire, but it was enough to reveal its limits. The Mitta functioned not on brute force alone, but on the illusion of consent. Once that illusion cracked, even slightly, the system began to tremble. And just as that tremble grew, a new kind of miner, foreign and armored, would soon descend upon the Andes, hungry not for ritual, but for conquest. But for now, the ancient shafts remain. Quiet, empty, cold, and above them, in the thin mountain air, the wind still carries the breath of men who once dug beneath the gods. As the 16th century dawned, the mines of Tawantinsuyu continued their slow, hungry consumption of lives. But on the western horizon, sails caught the wind. Foreign, unfamiliar, and perilously fast. The Spanish, already entrenched in the Caribbean and the Isthmus of Panama, had heard rumors of golden idols, of cities lined in light, of a people who worshipped the sun and fed it with treasure. They called it El Dorado, and they were coming. For the Inca Empire, the arrival of the Spanish in 1532 would mark the end of their sovereignty. But for the gold miners, it was the beginning of an even deeper nightmare. The Inca state, for all its harshness, had imposed limits, obligations balanced by protection, brutality tempered by structure. The Spanish conquest would shatter those limits. When Francisco Pizarro entered Cajamarca and captured Atahualpa, the Sapa Inca, he demanded a ransom in gold, an enormous one. Entire rooms were to be filled with it, floor to ceiling, and so the orders rippled outward. From the valleys to the highlands, gold miners were pressed harder than ever before. Gold was no longer sacred. It was ransom. It was salvation. Temples were stripped, statues melted. But that wasn't enough. The Spanish demanded raw ore, and that meant the mines. Not only were Inca Mita laborers pushed into service, but Spanish encomenderos, colonial landowners, began to claim mining rights and force indigenous workers to labor under even more vicious conditions. Under the encomienda system, entire communities were handed over as labor units to Spanish conquerors. The Spaniards cared little for ritual or cosmic balance. Their god did not dwell in the mountain, but in the coffers of Seville and Toledo. Whips replaced chicha offerings. Muskets silenced songs. For many miners, the transition was abrupt and horrific. Overseers now carried swords. Breaks were eliminated. Miners who tried to perform rituals were ridiculed or beaten. The coca leaf, once sacred, was now condemned by missionaries, even as it continued to be used to extract labor from exhausted bodies. Conditions in the mines, already grim, deteriorated further. Miners were chained together to prevent escape. Others were branded or mutilated for disobedience. Where the Incas once used symbolic punishment, the Spanish introduced pain as policy. Starvation became strategic. Death became routine. Potosi, discovered shortly after conquest, became the epitome of this new regime. A mountain of silver, not gold, it was called Cerro Rico, the rich hill. But the men who worked it called it the mouth of hell. Tens of thousands of indigenous laborers were conscripted under the Mita system, now repurposed by the Spanish with a crueler edge. There was no return for many. Life expectancy in the mines plummeted. Some miners collapsed within weeks, their lungs shredded by dust. Others went blind or mad. Women, though not often forced underground, served as mule drivers, cooks, or were taken as concubines. The line between life and death blurred. And still, the mines produced. Galleons filled with ingots crossed the Atlantic, funding European wars, building Spanish cathedrals, gilding thrones. Few remembered the cost. Fewer cared. Back in the Andes, the old ways faded. Rituals were driven underground, preserved in whispers, dances, and coded prayers. Some miners still paused at dawn to offer coca to the earth. Others, baptized and renamed, did so in secret, their Quechua chants disguised as Latin hymns. But in their hearts, they remembered. The empire of the sun had fallen, but the bones of the mountain still bore its echo. The tunnels were darker, the masters harsher, but the miners endured. They always had. And in time, their stories would surface, in pottery fragments, in folk tales, in the lines of weathered faces staring out from the Altiplano. Long after the fall of the Sapa Inca and the rise of Spanish viceroys in Lima, the mountains of the Andes still demanded flesh. Gold, once sacred, had become purely transactional, an object of European hunger, ecclesiastical ornament, and commercial greed. But the process of mining it had not changed in its essence. It still required men to crawl into the earth and die slowly. the colonial authorities expanded upon the mita system, transforming it from seasonal conscription into a grinding, perpetual rotation. Indigenous communities across the Andes were assigned quotas. Every year, villages sent their sons to the mines. Many never returned. In some provinces, the term mitayo became synonymous with condemned. The statistics are harrowing. By the late 1500s, in regions such as Charcas and Potosi, mortality rates among mine laborers approached 80% within 2 years. Chronic exposure to mercury fumes, used to refine gold and silver through amalgamation, led to poisoning that paralyzed limbs and liquefied sanity. The Spanish called these afflictions mal de azog, mercury madness. Those afflicted wandered the hills, disoriented, their mouths silvered with foam. The brutality was systemic. Rotating shifts meant that as one group of miners collapsed, another stood ready to replace them. Children were conscripted as early as 10. Elders were forced into support roles, carrying ore or water up treacherous paths. Women, while banned from the shafts, were subject to forced service in colonial kitchens and garrisons. And yet, from these cracks in the empire, something unexpected emerged. In remote valleys and highland communities, resistance transformed into quiet defiance. Some villages intentionally falsified birth records to protect young men from conscription. Others staged processions that mimicked Catholic rituals while secretly invoking apus, the mountain spirits, pleading for protection. Underground, symbols reappeared. Miners carved crude sun discs into the walls or scratched Pachamama's name into timber supports. In the dark, they sang in Quechua, their songs now shaped like prayers and curses, folded into lullabies for the dying. A new economy also emerged. Smuggling networks grew, often aided by mestizo merchants and corrupt colonial officials. Gold dust was hidden in gourds, sewed into belts, or passed beneath communion wafers. Some miners scraped together enough to purchase their freedom, or their family's exemption. These were the exceptions, not the rule. The mines also fueled rebellion. In 1780, Tupac Amaru II, claiming descent from the Inca nobility, led an uprising in Peru. The brutality of the mita was among his central grievances. Though the revolt was crushed, it shook the colonial foundation and inspired similar revolts throughout the Andes. By the early 19th century, as the fires of revolution spread across Latin America, the mines continued to operate, but their golden heart had dimmed. Spain's empire was crumbling. Its colonies sought independence, and the mountains, exhausted, still whispered with the ghosts of centuries past. Today those shafts still exist, collapsed, flooded, abandoned. Their entrances lie hidden in mist and moss. Bones have turned to dust. The stories have scattered, some etched in song, others buried beneath centuries of forgetting. But history does not forget. Not really. It just waits for the right silence in which to speak again. So as night falls once more, lie still. Imagine the cold air of the Andes, the crunch of gravel under calloused feet, the whisper of coca leaves in a miner's pouch, and know that the empire may be gone, but its echoes remain. In the twilight of empire and colony, the Andes stood eternal. Though borders changed, rulers fell, and languages shifted, the mountains remembered. Beneath their snow-covered peaks, the labyrinth of tunnels remained, a network of pain and persistence carved deeper than any map could show. With the dawn of independence in the early 1800s, Peru, Bolivia, and other Andean nations broke from Spanish rule. Flags were changed, cathedrals were rechristened, but the mines, those ancient wounds in the earth, continued to bleed. The new republics inherited not only colonial institutions, but also their exploitative systems. Post-independence governments, desperate for revenue, leaned heavily on mineral exports. Foreign companies, many British and later American, invested in mine operations. Railroads were laid. Smelters rose. And with them came a new generation of miners, descendants of the same Andean bloodlines, often working under the same brutal conditions. Technological advancement did not equate to human progress. Dynamite replaced fire setting, but it brought new dangers, sudden explosions, cave-ins, and pulverized lungs. Mercury continued to poison air and water. Child labor persisted, now cloaked in the rhetoric of national development rather than imperial decree. For the miners, little had changed. They still rose before dawn, still descended into darkness, still filled baskets with ore for masters they would never meet. The rituals endured, too, though now syncretized into hybrid prayers. One could hear Ave Marias whispered alongside invocations to Pachamama. Crosses hung beside sun symbols. The mountain gods, though renamed, still listened. In the town of Oruro, Bolivia, a figure began to appear in stories and murals. El Tío, the lord of the underworld, part devil, part mountain spirit. Miners left offerings at his shrines inside the shafts: cigarettes, coca, alcohol. El Tío was feared, yet venerated. He embodied the mountain's wrath, the price of greed, the ghost of every broken man who once carved stone beneath torchlight. And still, the gold came. Melted, stamped, exported. It funded cities and wars, museums and mansions. But it was built on backs stooped in the same posture as centuries before. In the late 20th century, a new form of mining arose. Informal, often illegal, and just as deadly. Artisanal gold miners, known as palaqueras or pirquineros, worked abandoned shafts with homemade tools. Toxic chemicals like cyanide replaced mercury. Entire rivers ran yellow and dead. Satellite images captured the scars. Vast open pits in Madre de Dios, Peru. Deforested veins spreading across the Amazon like cracks in dry clay. But satellites could not show the bones buried below, or the songs still sung by tired voices in the highlands. Meanwhile, the story of Inca gold resurfaced in pop culture, in documentaries, in tourist brochures. Myths of hidden treasure and lost cities overshadowed the real history of labor, ritual, and death. Museums displayed golden masks behind glass, rarely naming the hands that shaped them, or the lungs that died mining the ore. And yet, the miners remember. In every strike, every protest, every labor march through the Andes, there is memory. Banners bearing sun discs, chants echoing in Quechua, feet stomping out rhythms older than flags. They march not only for wages, but for acknowledgement. Because in the end, history is not made only by emperors or generals. It is made by those who dig, by those who endure. The mountain breathes, even in silence. It breathes through the cracks of its collapsed tunnels, through the glint of mica mistaken for gold, through the footsteps of those who still climb its slopes in search of something old, something forgotten. Centuries have passed since the first Inca miner lowered himself into the rock with nothing but a chisel, torch, and prayer. Yet his echo lives on, not only in bloodlines, but in the stories that refuse to vanish. In communities where Quechua is still spoken, where elders still offer coca to the soil before planting, the mountain's memory is kept alive. In these places, mining is still part of life. Small cooperatives dig in ancestral sites. The technology has changed, but the dangers remain. Informal mining towns swell during gold rushes, then shrink when the ore runs out. In the highlands of Peru and Bolivia, mining still sustains thousands, but at a cost unchanged in its essence. NGOs and researchers have documented staggering statistics. Miners working in unregulated zones often earn below subsistence wages. Cyanide and mercury contamination in rivers has destroyed fish populations, poisoned crops, and left children with birth defects. Lung disease remains the leading occupational hazard. Women, though increasingly part of the workforce, face wage disparities and heightened vulnerability to violence. And yet, many return to the mines. Why? The answer lies in the layers of economic dependency, cultural inheritance, and state neglect. For many, the mine is not a place of choice. It is the last thread connecting them to survival. The mine is cruel, but hunger is worse. Despite the hardship, there is a pride. Stories are passed down about grandfathers who defied colonial overseers, about mothers who smuggled gold dust inside their braids, about miners who saw the earth as teacher, not tormentor. Rituals persist, modest but powerful. The whisper before entering the shaft, the sip of chicha poured into dust, the stone placed at a crossroads for protection. Efforts at reform have come and gone. Some governments have attempted to formalize artisanal mining, offering licenses and safety training. A few co-ops have implemented health protocols and banned child labor. But such victories are fragile. Corruption, fluctuating gold prices, and environmental collapse continue to undermine long-term change. International demand for gold remains insatiable. It adorns rings, electronics, and vaults from Zurich to Shanghai. Most buyers do not ask where it comes from, or who carried it up from the earth with bleeding hands. Yet the miners remember. And in remembering, they preserve a history deeper than textbooks, richer than museums. It is a history written in scars, in soot, in song. A history that says, we were here, we suffered, we worked, we mattered. In some places, statues have been erected, not of emperors but of miners. In Potosi, a monument stands with bowed shoulders and rough palms. In Peru, murals tell of Pachamama not as a victim, but as a protector, grieving each soul taken too soon. This is no longer just a story of the Inca Empire. It is a story of human resilience, of the cost of splendor, of the toll that history exacts on those whose names are not remembered, but whose labor built everything. The tale of the Inca gold miner does not end with a revolution, or a museum, or even a tombstone. It ends where it began, beneath the mountain, in silence, where stone remembers. To the casual eye, the mines of the Andes may seem still. Moss carpets their entrances. Birds nest in crevices, once echoing with the clang of tools. Yet for those who listen, truly listen, the mountain murmurs. A whisper of footsteps, a chisel against quartz, a voice singing in Quechua, long after its owner has gone. In recent years, scholars and descendants alike have turned their attention to reclaiming the stories of these forgotten laborers. Oral history projects preserve elder recollections. Archaeologists map abandoned shafts and uncover broken tools, coca leaf bundles, and figurines left as offerings to Pachamama. Where written records fail, these artifacts speak of faith, fatigue, and resilience. The story has also become metaphor. In poetry, the miner is the dreamer who enters darkness in search of meaning. In theater, he is the everyman whose labor fuels empires he will never see. In painting, he appears not with gold in hand, but a gaze fixed skyward, longing for daylight. For educators and activists, the history of Inca and colonial mining has become a lens to examine modern labor rights, environmental justice, and indigenous sovereignty. The ghosts of the past are not merely mourned, they are invoked in the fight for dignity. Even tourism has shifted. In places like Cusco and Potosi, guides now speak more openly of the labor that filled the temples and the veins that fed the empire's heart. Some visitors lay coca leaves at ancient mine mouths. Others walk away, silent and thoughtful. But perhaps the most enduring echo lies in the rhythm of life in Andean towns today. Children still chew coca as their ancestors did. Songs of mountains and rivers still echo in festivals. And every so often, a miner steps into the shaft, not in ignorance of history, but in dialogue with it, knowing the weight of each step. In this final chapter, it is worth asking, what was all that gold worth? The ornaments, the idols, the crowns, they remain polished and guarded, behind glass or buried under cities. But the miner's story, that remains alive. Alive in the dust that coats an old chisel. Alive in a grandmother's lullaby. Alive in the earth's deep pulse, steady beneath all our forgetting. And so tonight, let the mountain speak to you. Let it say, I was carved by the calloused hands of many. Let it say, not all treasure glitters. Let it say, the deepest gold was never the metal, but the will to return, again and again, for something sacred. Now close your eyes. The shaft is dark, but above, stars still watch. Sleep. The story has been told. The work endures.